the
Yeah,
desert.
yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Actually, no, we won in the desert too.
Oh,
Ah,
okay. Oh, and then we went to the dwarves and we won there. So then we're gonna go on pirate
Right.
adventure.
It was pretty sick.
clever that you got those all knocked out at once.
Everybody clapped and everything. It was great.
Mm.
Mhm.
And then you won your duel against the Duchess.
No,
No,
I
we
got the
lost
shit beat
that.
out of me, and it was also great.
Well, I guess you can't win them all.
What actually fucking happened last night or last session? After Esme talk in the carriage, we were dropped off in front of the Bernhardt estate. We had a nice morbid talk on the way back to Oka's house. uh, Stop distracting me. Then the next day, we went to go meet up with Edmund and his parade. This seems like the home guard number has bolstered in number. We spoke to Hugo outside the eastern gate for a little while. Then he told us that we were all marching with the 100. Apparently, Hugo lost in a duel with Marcia, and apparently he broke what was it, a few ribs and a leg in the duel.
Yeah, to make it look appropriate for letting her win.
Mm-hmm. Hugo, knowledge to me and Luna is that Hugo runs the fortress city of Ornell, which is a big prison. Okay, Edmund came out of his tent, and we went on we began our parade. We all each had our own little things in order to bolster our reputation and make the parade look fun. Luna got everyone high. Rat sent some sparks flying, and Avandra made something clockwork break. Mm. Then we entered into the palace where Esme gave her speech, and to make a long story short, she has 318 names of people that will walk if the lower council doesn't choose action within the next hour. Um, she utilized the Pax Nocturne to disband the High Council and the Brechtian House in order to instate Edmund as the imperial. What's the word I'm looking for? Regent. And everything exploded. Did I miss anything major?
Sounds good to me. Sorry, I'm like losing my voice or something.
Where'd you see it last?
Stop breathing so hard.
Ha 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 ha
Ha
ha ha.
ha!
Before we get too deep into the session, I got a few questions. So she gave us an hour. How long until eclipse? An hour or
An hour.
plus or minutes? About an hour. Okay. And also, second question: would the abjuration in this room prevent me from casting second level spells?
Depends on the spell.
Enhance ability on myself.
No, probably not.
All right.
Anything else?
So, no. Esme just mic dropped. We're standing here staring at her.
Everyone's freaking out.
What about her people on the list? How do they look? I guess we don't know.
Well, the Lord Magistrate's up there.
Yeah,
Right.
how are they looking?
Well, let's start with this. Click of Esme's receding footsteps echo in the silent chamber as she disappears from the stage. The audience takes a collective breath, then explodes. Shouts for her to return, calls for resistance and support, threats thrown across the massive chamber as knots of people start drawing battle lines, with most retreating beneath their respective High Lord families. The High families are a study in variety. Alicia sits stone-faced, watching the stage. Roderick attempts to catch her and his cousin's eyes, with both Presus have added their voices to the cacophony, as they call for a point of order. Ed is turned, and you can see that he's sending runners from his box. The few names that you would recognize from the list that you saw last night, the people that you would recognize, the Lord High Magistrate and a few others, seem to be the only remote islands of calm in this building storm.
Can you describe the stage again? I know there's like doors behind the stage, or maybe stage is not the right word. Wherever Esme was standing previously.
Stage is close enough. I can't think of a better word for it at the moment, but it's elevated slightly as the tiers of nobles kind of emanate from it on about half the stage. It protrudes out very slightly. I mean, it's made of wood. There are wings on either side, covered by heavy red curtains, and then the back is you can see the individual High Lord banners hung with the lion rampant in the middle. On the stage itself are 4 chairs. The Lord High Magistrate, the Princess, one for Esme, and in the back center stage is a throne left empty.
And Esme, is she left through one of those wings, or she's still?
Yeah, she left through
present?
one of the
Okay.
wings.
And the princess is up there, or
Correct.
by herself?
With the Lord High Magistrate.
Okay. Does she
I
have
will
a
add that there are a
personal
string of
guard?
guards
Okay.
facing out towards the crowd.
Gotcha.
But they're down, like, off the stage.
If we were, could we go to the stage to address the council, or would the guards stop us?
You can always try. As there's a bit of a scramble, and an older gentleman is currently at one of the at the base of the stage, kind of half surrounded by nobility. I don't know if you would notice him, but in the shouting, you would believe that he's the deputy chancellor.
And does he look upset as well?
Yes.
yeah, Avandra will begin approaching the stage, and as she approaches, she's going to cast Enhance Ability on herself to give her advantage on charisma checks.
Okay.
Which side did Esme leave from?
Stage right.
Are there people protecting those passageways?
Not that you can see, but given the curtains, there might be people back there.
I will follow up with Avandra, but if it looks like we're going to be stopped, I'm going to go somewhere else.
Okay. As you approach the stage, the only stairway up is where the deputy is currently being harassed. Uh,
How tall is the stage?
4 feet, 4.5.
And the guards are preventing the deputy from getting up on the stage, correct?
No, he's just at the staircase.
All right. Avandra's going to walk to the stairs. Image of calm. And if someone tries to stop her, she will address them, but she's just going to try to walk up the stairs.
As you approach, you see the guards are also seem to be a bit taken aback. They're unsure of which way to jump, but seems their initial intent is to stop you. But the cacophony builds and builds and builds until the hard voice of High Lady Zafon thunders out. Silence! This is a place of law and order, and despite the enormity of the emotion presented, we must comport ourselves with dignity, with the dignity this chamber demands. She looks at the other High Lords. We shall retire to the Sapphire sitting room to allow for a more robust discussion. It seems like you have someone that has an intent to speak. I think you should listen. The other High Lords nod and retreat, their projections fading. Before she goes, she will say, I'll only remind you that this motion has been placed before you and must be considered. And then, with dignity, she will exit. Oh. The guards that had intended on stopping you seem unsure and move back.
All right. Avandra will take center stage. Is there like a podium or is
Mhm.
it? Okay. She'll take up residence at the stage.
If I were to head up and not stop with Avandra and just keep going out, exit right, that'd be a problem.
Probably not. Things are a bit shook up at the moment. Wouldn't be a whole lot of. And then with the High Lady's blessing, apparently, you'd be allowed up and then cutting off. Leaving stage might have problems, but getting up into the wings less problematic.
Okay, I just want to attempt to follow Esme.
Okay. Heading the direction that she did, you would see that there are a couple of guards, and hidden back is a door against the far wall. And then between you are a handful of orderlies and other functionaries that are scrambling. And you don't seem to be drawing a whole lot of attention.
Is there only that one door?
In the direction that she left, yes.
I'm gonna keep proceeding, kind of maybe take on the air of a runner or something, doing a job, but not hiding, just trying to stay as unnoticed as possible, and then try to just make my way towards that door.
Okay. You were a theater kid, right? There's several layers of curtains there that you can creep through or try and be unobtrusive as you move through to kind of cloak your advance. So getting to the door is fairly straightforward. Approaching the guards, they will say, "Sorry, ma'am, this is a administrators only.
I have a important message to bring to Lady Esme. May I go find her?" And then I flash a folded piece of paper.
With nothing on it. Could you flash one of the piece of papers with her seal on it that we have?
Yeah, we have her documents or whatever. Her tax write-offs, or I can't remember what she gave us.
Give me a deception check at advantage.
Chaos.
Deception. You. Oof. Oh,
Pretty good.
21.
Better than I was expecting. They look at each other
That's up the program.
before nodding, and one pulls the door open. There's a long wood-paneled hallway with a few smaller doors off of them, and one larger one at the far end.
Thank you. Rat gives a half bow and will continue.
Okay. Luna, while this is Rat's making a run for it, and Lavandra's standing up at the podium with 1,000 eyes on her. What are you doing?
I honestly don't have any direction to really go. I'd probably have followed up through and just stayed where Rat, stayed at the right side where Rat disappeared. until something grabs me,
Okay.
so to speak.
Do you have guidance?
Yes?
I would love
pretty
it if
sure
you
I
cast
loaded
guidance on me
guidance.
right now.
I'm pretty sure I loaded guidance. My child was using the TV.
I need all the numbers I can get my hands on.
Mm,
Yeah, I guidance. I have guidance. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think Luna or someone guidance to Luna, not Avandra. Unless I'm reading that wrong.
We'll fucking. It's fine.
Oh,
I
that's the
assumed it was something you were
concentration.
gonna do manually.
Oh, the concentration of it.
Yeah. All right. Do we want to? Who wants to go first?
Avandra.
All right. Let's hear your speech.
That'd be my answer. So
Has the room continued to be loud, or has it come to silence?
It's calmed to a point. There's still some chattering, but for the most part, it's silent.
All right. Avandra will give a respectful nod to the princess and the High Lord Magistrate before turning and placing both her hands on either side of the podium. Lords and ladies of this Imperial Council, our infamy may precede us, but for those who do not know, we are the Countesses of Imbergard, Rat, Luna, and I, Avandra Nilo. We loathe this overcomplicated and hypocritical game that you call politics, but we must play it, so we shall. I am a blacksmith, a mage, and an adventurer. And in all of these professions, when faced with a difficult and likely deadly problem, one must first consider what the root of the problem is, and then consider the nuances of any proposed solution. I will demonstrate that for you now. On the topic of problems, what the Lady Chancellor said is true. Corruption infects the foundation on which we stand. Enemies from within and without wish to see us fall. Technological and magical progress has slowed, if not outright halted. The Southern Army rebels against us, while Lord Aeolus has not been allowed to take his rightful place as High Lord. Our economy sputters, and the bureaucracy fails to gain the capital required to run a vast empire. And most of all, Avandra will turn and point to the Lion Throne. The Lion Throne sits empty. Our empire has stagnated and aimlessly tries to maintain the status quo. These problems all point to one root. As I am sure you're all aware, the lack of decisive and stable leadership. Now that we understand the ultimate problem of the empire, we may dissect Esme's proposed solution with clear eyes and sober minds. She has put forward this Pax Nocturne, yet has failed to present this council with the full scope of the document, nor even proof of its existence. So I will analyze what we do know. Firstly, the lady claims that no one human can shoulder the weight of an empire alone, which I agree. Not even the strongest or smartest of emperors could rule without the help of the High Council, Low Council, and the imperial bureaucracy. Yet she dissolves the High Council on the authority of this Pax Nocturne, placing the entire empire upon the burdens of one man, High Lord Edmund Bernhardt. His Highness is a great man. I say that not because he is my liege lord, but because it is true. He is unrivaled in pure destructive power, and he has the will of a dragon, and is the culmination of everything the Bernhardts are. But Making him sole regent of the Empire and disbanding the High Council was utter folly. Assuming that he doesn't immediately reinstate the High Council, the power vacuum it leaves behind will have disastrous consequences. Every lord and lady will be consumed with ambition, and the rivers will run red with the blood of ambition. I ask you, the lower council, are you ready to gamble everything you've built and your families on the goal that you have no hope of achieving? Of risking the possibility of your rivals taking power over you? Secondly, the dissolution of the Brechtian house. 3,000 years. 3,000 years Albrecht has sat upon the Lion Throne. Can you even fathom the length of time? 100 generations of humanity have lived, loved, fought, and died while Brecht sat upon that throne. Not even the longest lived elves remember when humanity first landed upon those ancient shores. Hell, not even most dragons could live that long. And now, just because of 1 or 2 bad rulers, we are to entirely abandon the house that has stood as our leader since the inception of this empire? Tradition is a funny thing. Superstition sprouting and mutating from what ultimately works. But times change, and what worked before may not work again. I agree with the Lady Chancellor in this, but I believe her recent disillusion after the attempt of her life and her great love of the Empire has led her to an extremely radical solution. I say rather than throwing out all tradition, we examine what works and change it and the law to better suit the situation and further stability of the Empire. For example, Esme claims that there is no Brecht that can nor will serve as the head of the Empire, but that is not true. There is a Brecht in this very room that has already proven herself a gracious and talented leader. Was it not Her Highness Annalisa Brecht, the royal that ended the hostilities with the elves? For thousands of years we have fought the elves, and in one day Her Highness has brought peace, military unity, trade, and even founded a joint city with the Elmweird in order to establish a long-lasting peace. I hope that most of you know of this. If not for the Lady Chancellor placing Her Highness under house arrest, she would have been able to prove herself even more capable of the post. There's a third option between clinging blindly to tradition and abandoning it. We know the Brechts can rule a long-lasting empire. Do you know what else we know to be true? Sex matters not when it comes to the ability to rule. High Lady Alicia is the best tactician in the Empire, possibly that it has ever seen, and in her prime she could best any man with a sword. And was it not this lower council that allowed the Lady Chancellor her post? She has proven herself a brilliant tactician and a politician, and even though we might disagree on many things, I respect her deeply. Now I propose to you, lower council, a compromise between tradition and change, between our ancestors and our descendants. If we allow a female Brecht to take her place as Empress of the Empire, but we instate High Lord Bernhard as Imperial Regent above the High Council, until such a time that this lower council deems Her Highness completely ready for the sole burden of rule, and Imperial stability is achieved. Together with her diplomatic ability and his strength, we can bring about real positive change to this empire, in which we live and avoid utter chaos of the Pax Nocturne will bring. Now, shall we choose between chaos, tradition, or stability? I hope you choose well. Humanity depends on it.
Impressive speech. I enjoyed that. Well, I consider my rebuttal, Radicus. You find yourself alone in a long hallway. The door at the far end, there's a plaque above it that just reads Chancellor.
If I listen at the door, can I hear anything?
Quiet creaking, the clink of something metal.
Okay. I'll knock.
Esme's cool voice. Enter.
I'll open the door.
It enters into the office that you met her in before, through a hidden door. She's standing with her back to the room, looking out the windows behind the desk. One hand behind her back, kind of braced in the middle of her back, and the other one in front of her.
She's by herself.
Apparently, yes.
And when I was like tracking through this back way, I didn't notice anything weird, right? Like magic wise or ooky spooky about to ooze up through the floor.
Not that stood out.
Okay. Rat is going to say, you set a fire in that room and then just leave.
I did. But a cleansing flame, I'm sure your liege lord can attest, is often the most important part of healing.
Do you truly think what you're trying to do is going to heal the Empire?
I do. We're at a difficult crossroads. And as I said to you last night, I don't dislike the princess. I think, given 10 years, maybe 15, since she didn't have the education that a ruler needs, or the exposure someone that would be stepping into the position I'm sure you wish her to fill would need. I believe that's 10 years that we don't have. And quite frankly, well, I would hope you would believe me when I said that I don't believe it's because she's a woman.
I don't. I don't dislike you, Esme. Actually, compromises have limits, weaknesses, and I respect how you protect what's yours, the control you wield. And I don't disagree with you, the rot you've pointed out. I just, if you're reshaping the Empire, tell me what shape you intend. We don't have 10 years. Where do you think we're going without you? What? Where do you want us to end up?
When the role of the High Lord was created, it was in a time when we were less of an empire, more of a feudal state, or maybe a group of warlords would be more apt. But the idea was that each person would build those around them into a supportive pyramid, where the High Lords wielded that power and authority in the name of the realm and the people beneath them, and for a long time that worked. But we've become mired in politics and fat on the spoils of those that we were once praised for protecting. The pyramid has inverted itself. They're not in position to protect those beneath them, most of them. They're using the will of the people to protect themselves and grow, line their own pockets. Now, don't get me wrong. We need people in those positions, and well, I would prefer to just clear cut them and pick new ones, but that's not going to happen. So, we relegate them back down to the lower court and make them fight for what they want. As to why I'm forcing Edmund to the front. That family's always been the guard dogs. The threat levied against the nobility that would seek to rise up. Now, they get to stand front and center and demand change, or force change. I'm not sure how much you know about the inner workings of the bureaucracy, but our funds are low, significantly lower than they should be. High Lords aren't paying their taxes as they should. They're collecting what they should, but it's not making its way to the treasury. So the needs of the council out there and what's required, well, what would have been required should somebody be sitting in the throne, they're not being met. So, in their own way, they're setting themselves up to become warlords in their own right. This seems the most logical option, don't you think? Pick the biggest, baddest boy on the lawn and on the yard and let him collect the lunch money.
The male Brecht, the cub, you don't seek to raise him into a ruler by your design. You'd rather scrap the whole line.
I believe a clean cut separating them from the royal throne would be most healthy for the Empire. Let them step back into a well-deserved retirement. I don't know if you met him, the previous emperor, not Candace. This is a systemic problem they've been devolving for years. More and more aloof, and out of touch from the people. They didn't care. They lived in this palace. All of their palaces. And well, I won't natter at you. This is what I think is best, and this is what I will use the authority given to me to enact. If that answers your question.
And would you hold Ed's leash when he becomes steward?
That one would be hard to put a leash on.
Not impossible.
No, I suppose not. But as I tried to make clear in there, even I don't have all the skill sets needed to save the Empire. I need muscle. Someone with the military chops. I'd pick Alicia, but she's older than I am by a significant margin, and has claimed her retirement won't end multiple times. So we get the next best thing, and by placing him in the position that I have, that forces her to come out of semi-retirement, or puts her in semi-retirement. She couldn't let her favorite student thrash in the wind.
I have a strange question to ask. One that may not make sense, and actually I'd prefer it if it didn't make sense to you. Have you ever met a woman, an impossible woman, alluring, exactly what you'd ever ask for, offering exactly what you'd ever ask for? She would have offered you a deal. Does that sound familiar at all?
And what do you think this woman would have offered me? Or her goal in offering me something?
I don't know.
What are you afraid that I'm going to do?
What did she ask me? What am I
Wh-
afraid?
What are you afraid she's going to do?
Her or Ishtar?
However you interpret that.
Could I insight Esme to see if she genuinely believes she's doing what's best for the Empire?
An insight check?
What? Oh, to see if she genuinely believes what she's doing is best for the Empire.
Yes.
Okay. $19?
If you really want it, we do have 3 nebulous Gyoza locks.
It's okay. It's fine.
From she seems genuine. She seemed genuine last night. Nothing really stands out as deceptive to you. I think the only thing that would be odd, she's a career politician, and taking all or nothing stances is not good for a political career. But she seems to believe in it.
Okay. Hmm. I'd. No, what were you gonna say?
I know I'm not there, but does Esme seem tired? Because you kind of, I don't know. When she was talking, she just seemed tired to me.
I mean, she had a long night and an early morning. So, yeah, probably tired a little bit, but
I mean,
not outside of reason.
Like, weary. Not like lack of sleep, but like more of like a, how do like her life is making her tired. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird.
Like hopeless?
Yeah, I guess.
No, I wouldn't say that she seems like that. Maybe determined.
Rat would say I'd believe she's using your desire to shape the Empire for the better as a tool to wield you for her own gain in a way I'd think would lead to the dismantling of everything we know, of everything we care about. And I know that sounds dramatic. I need to know she's not involved.
I'm not sure how I would go about proving one way or the other. But I do believe what I'm doing, how I'm going about it.
And you did not sign your name away to do so.
To do as I'm doing? No.
Insight?
Sure. Actually, clarify your statement first.
You did not make a deal with this woman I'm talking about in order to get what you're doing to work.
Got it. Go ahead and roll.
Ugh. 14.
I'm a bit disappointed that you think that I would need some third party to make these sorts of changes. But no, I did not make a deal to destroy the Empire.
I'd like to read the Pax Nocturne.
I'm sure there are a lot of people that would like to read the Pax Nocturne. It's currently in the Sapphire sitting room. I'm assuming the High Lord's gone there already, along with a few other documents they find interesting.
Avandra's doing her speech in the main room, though, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Oliver sounds like he's grunting into your microphone.
His throat is on my arm. I think it's like cutting off his air a little bit.
I thought it was dry heaving.
It sounds like an old man.
I'm gonna pull him back. He's just going, Mom's talking. She's paying attention to me. No. If I send a message to Avandra, is that going to mess up her speeching?
Probably not. By this point, I was getting ready to do my rebuttal, so she'd be about done.
Okay, Rat would just tell her quickly, Pax Nocturne is in the sitting room, apparently.
Thank you.
As you get your rat message, just as your speech is wrapping up, and there's some calls of support, some outright denials. It hasn't devolved quite as far as it did before. The Lord High Magistrate stands. Well-spoken, Countess, and well-reasoned. It's a challenging time that we find ourselves in. And before I proceed, I will note for the Council at Large that my name is one of the ones on that list. Should this council agree with you and find this third path, what makes you think that the Chancellor and those of us that have sworn our names and our positions to this cause, why would we remain? And should we not? What would be the course of action then? You will have a Brecht on the throne, but no support.
Lady Chancellor, the Lady Chancellor spoke of change. No change in you walk. She did not say that if we did not enact the Pax Nocturne, that she would walk.
This is no change, is what I'm saying. You're returning back to the structures and the means that got us to this point. A family that's well honored and served well for many generations has fallen from grace. And led us to where we are now.
And your solution is to make us choose between leadership. We either lose the High Council and maintain our bureaucracy, or lose the bureaucracy and lose the High Council. You are putting us in a position for chaos in either direction.
I would not call it chaos. Change.
Blood is what it is. You're putting us in a position for a large-scale civil war, rebellions, as every lord and lady of this council fights to become High Lord or High Lady. And you've given us no real direction as to what comes after. Are we to keep the High Lordship? To keep the Emperorship? Or are we to completely change? Who gets to decide who becomes Emperor? Will it be Edmund? Will it be this council? Will it be the hypothetical next High Council? Would you leave us simply because we did not choose the path that you laid out before us?
What do you think that we've been doing all these years? Choosing for you.
So, you make us choose between blood and blood.
There needs to be no blood.
There will be.
Do you intend to rise up should the vote not go your way in either direction?
No. I'm not speaking for myself. As far as I'm concerned, I will turn to my lens and let this blow over. But there will be blood. There will be so much of it.
What of the blood that was spilled in the countless wars and expansions that were ordered over the years? What of that blood? What of the blood?
We put a peacemaker on the throne, and Avandra points to the princess. As I said before, the princess has ended the bloodshed between the elves and the humans.
That is a...
Can do the same?
That is a stretch by any means, as I'm sure you are more than aware. Her role was tertiary at best.
It is true that me and my fellow countesses were in the Elmwood and did assist in bringing peace between our peoples. But it was her, as liaison for the Empire, that formalized and negotiated the terms of such a deal. We just brought them to the table. She got everything wrapped neatly in a bow. And as the Lady Chancellor said before, no one rules alone. How's the room feeling, Arundar, in this moment of silence between us?
I'd say chance is a good way to think of it. Given the voices calling out and the very subtle enchantments built into the stage and the podium itself, by applying your attention, you can kind of amplify some of the and hear some of the sounds or whispers that are chatter that's going on. I'd say there's a small cohort that seems in favor of your plan. Though there'll be a portion that's in favor of your plan, a portion that's unsure, but the predominant uncertainty is falling somewhere between. They're not sure which way to jump, especially with the High Lords and ladies out of the room. This is an unusual position they find themselves in, where most of the time they handle the minutiae day-to-day operations, and all big strategy and decision-making is well out of their hands. This is a very unique situation where they get to set the tone moving forward. Which seems to be an interesting point for a lot of people.
The last thing that the Empire needs right now is internal fighting.
To my mind, and my understanding of the Chancellor's plan, that's what she's attempting to do. Unite us all behind one individual until such time as it's been deemed that stability has been reasserted. And a new ruling family can be selected, or we can forego that and find a different path, as you said.
I'm not there, but who defines stability? That's so vague.
Yeah. And who would define this stability? The lower council? Edmund? His Highness Edmund Bernhardt? Your 318 names?
That decision would be wholly within the hands of His Highness, the Lord Chancellor, and this body to determine when it is settled. Should we decide to go in that direction. So far, leaving the power of everything in the hands of a single individual with ultimate authority and very little checks coming from those of us at this level has led us to a deteriorating empire. We're failing. Our southern border is being encroached on. The Southern Army has fully removed themselves from our control. The pirates on the coast have stepped up the raids and are becoming much more violent. Our funds are failing. Our cities are falling to pieces. We had a High Lord family Lord Aeolus Thorn and his brother, father, and mother. Well, not Lord Aeolus, but the rest of them were proven traitors and sedition, in acts of sedition. Thankfully, due to, in no small part, to your own actions, they were discovered and removed.
I agree with you on these things. The Empire is deteriorating. But again, I ask, why so quick to rule out the Brex? 3,000 years. 3,000 years! That is the longer than most any other nation. We have had 3,000 years of stability, and because we had 2 bad emperors, maybe 3, we are to throw everything away? Throw everything that we built?
We've had 3,000 years of violence and warfare, continuous expansion in all directions. You think it was chance and well, I applaud your actions, and I applaud your intent behind these things. We've been a nation at war since our founding. Every time things begin to settle and we find a rhythm, a place of peace to work from, our royal family has found a new target for our expansion. We had an uneasy peace with the elves until they struck out at us not too long ago. Now we have another uneasy peace. A city, as you said, founded jointly. Maybe this one will stick. But we've been at continuous war with the dwarves since our founding. Not to mention the tribesmen, the barbarians of the wastes, and countless others, internal and external. We have carved our place on this continent. We are a nation of war, and have been since our founding. I believe, and those that have joined the Chancellor believe, that this is not something that can continue, and has led us to this point. We must find balance behind strong rulership, not those advocating for their own well-being. The Thorns
Seek peace, yet would put a conqueror in charge of the Empire?
would put
I
the
am
threat
great.
in charge of the Empire.
This is why I proposed the compromise. Some parts of your plan are smart, make sense. However, there needs to be compromise. A country needs compromise. If we place both a military might and a diplomat together, we may be able to both protect our borders and garner peace with the other nations. We are already on the path. We just need to not stray from it. Right now is not the time for absolute instability. Sure, maybe in 10 years your plan will work, and we will have a new house and a new line, and we may get better stability, better progress, but it is too much of a gamble. You would gamble the entire empire on this. We need compromise. We, as humanity, need to compromise with one another. I agree that placing Lord Edmund above the High Council is a good idea, but leaving him alone up there is not.
then allow him to structure his own court. I believe that's a change that I could agree to. Allow Her Highness, and he bows to his left where she's seated. Perhaps we could find an allowance, and instead of rulership, they become high lords themselves.
So, just so I'm understanding this correctly, he's proposing that Lady Brecht become a High Lord of like Bijou, technically.
Yeah, yes.
Kind of.
That's what it sounds like.
I would find these terms agreeable. The nuances of such a action would need to be discussed further, as maybe I agree, change is necessary, but I do not agree in jumping the gun. And if we can come to a mutual compromise where instability isn't allowed to spread throughout the Empire, then I would be more than amenable. If we allow the princess the ability to prove herself as a High Lady, and then later we may further discuss what path the Empire will take. Would you find these terms agreeable, High Lord Magistrate? Would your 300?
The rulership of the capital remains with this body and the regent, and the Brecks move their house to Deep Watch.
And would you still wish to suspend the other High Lords and Ladies beyond High Lord Brecht and High Lady Brecht? Or High Lady Brecht and High Lord Bernhardt? God, so many B names.
She maintains a limited role. The extents of the lands under her rule will be met out later. could see benefit here.
And would you suspend the other high? Would you still demand the suspension of the other high lords and ladies, or shall they keep the place?
The council itself, the High Council itself, will disband. They may keep their seats, but all laws and decision-making goes through this council. With an immediate resumption of taxes and back taxes to be returned to the Treasury.
Right. Just to make sure I get everything straight, would they still want Bernhardt to be Imperial Regent? Or would he still remain like a member of the High Council? Like an equal?
He would be a regent.
What are you thinking, Mads? I need So
We have 45 more minutes. Go speak amongst yourselves. I believe you're missing a member of your party. Flesh out your plan, and we'll hear from a few others.
I like this plan. It keeps Annalisa off the chopping block and keeps the throne empty. Annalisa, princess, off the chopping block. Because then, down the line, she proves herself, we can be like, well, maybe we should just reenact her. Ed might just have to suck it up. Because the big thing is that we don't want the High Count, the actual the lords themselves to lose their positions. Because that's going to breed instability. That's going to create a power vacuum. But if the lower council becomes the ruling body, with the High Lords basically being viceroys, I could see that being better.
But we demonstratably don't trust the lower council. And they'd be the ruling authority on decisions. Am I still able to talk to Esme?
Yeah. I'm assuming that Avondra's giving a running commentary. Luna is.
Okay. Well, first, Rat would ask. All this strong-arming isn't just a stall into the eclipse, right?
No, I have. Well, I'm sure that there are those that have interest in such things. I am no mage myself. I have.
Insight?
Good. I have no interest in such things.
Insight into no interest in the eclipse, I suppose.
Sure.
15.
You're all duty today.
No.
Better.
She's very aware of what it means and what is its importance. It'd be hard to believe that there's zero interest in it, but you can't see what it would be.
Okay. And what I'm also struggling with is before Esme stepped out of the room when she was giving her speech, I can't remember the exact wording, but at the time she was like, it's black or white, this choice, or everyone's disbanded. No compromises. know nothing else. But now, not her, but her little underlings that signed her list are willing to make a compromise, kind of, quote unquote, which doesn't really make sense to me. You know what I mean? Addressing my two party members.
Well, Esme isn't the people on the list. You know, people can have disagreements, and I am assuming she played it up a little bit that they walk if the Pax Nocturne isn't enacted. They just want change. And I think the bureaucracy agrees that there needs to be change. However, it doesn't have to be. They probably don't agree that on how radical it needs to be. Would be my thought. Because, like, I mean, even among these 300, that's 318 different opinions, right? This
But Pax
making
Nocturne would still be going into effect.
well, from the sound of it, so the Pax Nocturne, just to clarify, means that the High Lords and Ladies would basically be denoted to the lower council, and then they would have to find new High Lords and Ladies. This compromise that we're talking about,
No. It's an end to the ruling family. It's not a gutting of the High Lords.
Okay, I must have misunderstood that, because it sounded like she's also getting rid of the High Lords, and they're replacing them.
That might have just been how I phrased it. It
They keep
curates
titles,
their power.
decision making.
Yeah.
So they still would have authority over their lands, but they wouldn't be able to make vote on like broad laws for the Empire.
Because thus far, as I think I've said before, they were the Security Council of the UN. The lower court or lower council could make decisions and do things, but ultimately it took them signing off and they made the decisions. Should the royal family leave or end, they could just plunk one of themselves down. And at least this is how it was all phrased to. They could just pick one of themselves, say, we're emperor now, and there's nothing you can do about it. Given how things are playing out now, this is to keep them from doing that, maintain the empire, and give the lower council the chance to establish who's next.
Ed just might have to suck it up and be regent. Sorry, Ed.
So the princess would be High Lord over Deepwatch. Ed would be regent of the Empire. The lower council would remain as the ruling decision makers of the Empire. The High Lords keep their title but lose that decision making power. Pax Nocturne goes into effect, which is ruling family kicking out. Okay. And then rulership would still be determined in the future, and that may or may not look like an emperor structure. It could be something completely different, depending on what the lower council decides. Is that all correct?
Correct. It essentially just takes all the power that throne had at face value. It takes all that power and it puts it in the hands of the lower council.
It buys us time. Whatever matter, as long as we can get this done by the eclipse, that's all that I care about. So if we can compromise, we can fucking deal with the fallout later. Is the way I'm thinking about it now. Because we've set Annalisa up to be a High Lady, and down the line, they can. If we could finagle this correctly, we could get her back on the throne. But it's going to take some politicking. And just because the lower council doesn't have has the authority, won't they still be subject to the high council? Like, they're still their liege lords at the end of the day. So the high lords, while they're losing their vote, they're not losing their weight.
How are they not losing their weight?
I mean, they're losing some of their weight, but they're still the most powerful people of the empire at the end of the day. Like, just as an example, as soon as the chancellor left, all the people flocked to their high lords. Like, they immediately were like, okay, high lords, what do we do? So just because they are losing their vote doesn't mean that they lose all their political authority. And like, maybe in 100 years it won't be that case, but for the next 10, they're still going to be powerful and have a lot of influence over the government. Long enough that we can figure out what the fuck we need to do. And Ed's still going to be regent over the lower council, right? So he has...
Or would he have to adhere to the lower council?
Yeah, what does regent mean? Would he have the authority of the emperor, basically?
He would. It's a fine distinction, but he would be drawing his authority up to the level of the emperor from the lower council. So he'd be beholden to them. And depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
So he would basically
Cuffing
have all
him.
the authority of the emperor, less veto rights, basically. And be more beholden to the laws of the empire.
Or he has the authority of the empire to execute on what the lower council wants. He can't make his own decisions.
I think I'm just going to take the princess and we're going to go to the Sapphire City room and figure out what the fuck's going on in there.
That question was directed towards our lovely DM. Can you clarify, please?
What was the question?
Ed, in this regent position, he won't be able to make his own decisions. They all have to be from the lower council, even though he does have, like, the emperor's authority, quote unquote.
Yeah, yes.
So everything
So,
he does is an
if-
execution of the lower council's will.
Yes.
See, that's bad, Parker.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Handcuffing him. Ugh.
I need to go. I think we need to speak to the High Lords and Ladies. That's the next thing I plan to do.
I just feel like we're burning through time.
Yeah. I just want to get I don't really care what way the vote goes. That as much as, because it was at the end of the day, we need to get the fuck out of here before the eclipse. So if we could just get them voting Get everyone out of the room. That's all I care about.
Can you list out who's in the lower council again?
Who?
Everyone that's not a High Lord or Lady.
Okay.
Long ass list.
The
Yeah.
full voting rights are probably about count and above.
Okay.
You have a right to be heard as a noble, but the barons and lords and the lower strata don't get full voting rights. And while people like the Lord High Magistrate, the Provost, have important roles, it doesn't give them additional votes.
Okay. That's good to know.
You want to take 10 and commiserate while I'm not listening?
No, I mean,
No?
okay, sure.
I don't know. I gotta pee. I'll be
Okay, let's take 10 then.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. You hear, Mads?
Yep.
Okay, so this hypothetical compromise. The High Council gets disbanded. The council itself, but the High Lords and Ladies are still in their positions as governors of sections of the Empire. They just can't vote on laws. Annalisa becomes High Lady Brecht of Deep Watch. And the lower council becomes the ruling authority over the Empire. So, what can we do to this plan as a additional thing that gives us confidence in the lower council? Maybe we can do something along the lines of so the Emperor's will gave the Lady Chancellor the authority to create this inquisition, right? To root out corruption and whatnot. And corruption's a big deal for the Lady Chancellor, and she believes that the lower council has a lot of corruption. So we may be able to finagle getting Ed in charge of a Inquisition-esque body to be as like a police force or like basically a check and balance to the lower council. Because right now the High Council is like the ruling authority, and the lower council doesn't really matter. Maybe instead of flip flopping it, we make them equal, if that makes sense. Kind of like the Parliament and the House of Lords in England, I guess. They're kind of equal. Like I think they have the authority to like veto each other upon like so I don't know how am I trying to articulate this. Basically, I want there to be a way, maybe like a joint inquisition between the Lady Chancellor and Edmund, where they both have equal authority to root out corruption in the Empire. And maybe we can also enact some sort of like merit based, like depending on how good your lands are, affects your ranking in the Empire, and like you can get demoted and that sort of stuff. More mobility in the nobility. But that's all very complicated and would take a long time to enforce and vote on.
Merit based, it can get kind of icky. I feel like they're not going to give that power to Ed because they don't want him to have it. You know? I don't see that as a compromise they'll go for. Unless maybe the argument is that we all pick, both sides pick this like Inquisition, whatever group with multiple voices from either side that would look for corruption and enact a change if they find it.
With the authority of both the lower council
Yes.
and the High Lords. That way, the High Lord are, while they're still beholden to the lower council, have authority over the lower council if they can find corruption and prove it. Which I don't think it will be that hard. And I think the Lady Chancellor would be on board with that because her whole thing is like she's against corruption. And I think the 300 would be on board with that. And I think I have the perfect guy for the job. Or
Who?
perfect two guys. Lord Provost and Ahuda. I think they would be the fucking perfect people for it. And that way we have like these three branches. And all of them are beholden to one another.
Okay. So if this new branch, quote unquote, finds corruption, the Pax Solaris goes into effect, and then they completely disband the lower council or something. I don't know.
Sure. No, I would like the ability to suspend lords that are enacting a corruption, that sort of thing.
Right. Okay, I like this better. I still don't like how little Ed is going to have control. But yeah, you're right. I'd rather just get people out of this room. Okay. I'm okay with that. I think. I'm gonna write it down. We propose
So it would be like this Inquisition, hypothetical Inquisition, would have two heads. It would have one as a representative of the High Council, one of the representative of the Low Council. And it would be like a joint group that would have the authority to basically investigate and root out corruption anywhere in the Empire. And it would have the backing of both the High Council and the Low Council. Or maybe we can make Ed the head of this hypothetical group, but I don't know if they would go for that. Maybe we can make the princess the head of it. The question is, would we want like a member of the High Council as the head of this group, or like a representative of the High Council? I guess we can hash that out. Because like I don't know. We need to talk to people. Is where I'm at right now. Do you want to pass this idea by Esme since you're speaking to her?
Give me a second, because she doesn't even know the compromises. She might have someone feeding in her ear too, but
She probably does. Well, we don't even know if she
Let
would
me
be
one.
willing to compromise.
We propose that a third party is established, made of constituents picked from the High and Low Council to root out corruption in either party. If corruption is found, they, with the backing from the High and Low Council, may strip the offenders of their power and seat.
Imperial Inquisition. No one expects it.
And they have to dress like that, crosses included.
Correct. They have to worship the Christian God.
Yes, in this fantasy setting.
With thousands of gods. Or hundreds. A lot. Ah, fuck. I can't wait for us to vote and then the world explode. This is gonna be so much fun.
You know, I'd rather the world explode. I can handle that. Because again, I don't necessarily see what's happening as a bad thing. I just don't like Ed being chained.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I like Annalisa. Personally, I could. It doesn't really matter to me if she's emperor or not, empress or not, as long as someone who's not bad is not in that seat instead.
That's true. I agree. But I think if we go charge to this compromise idea, it's going to be way more likely that people are going to vote on it and allow it to pass. Because if there's compromise, I don't know, that's just the fastest way to get everyone to vote.
Yeah. I want to know who would have done Esme's speech if we would have killed her yesterday.
Or let her die.
Yeah,
Who
or
knows?
let her be assassinated.
Who knows? And also, just because Ed is going to be like beholden to the lower council doesn't mean that we can't coup them later. But so you know,
Be a lot harder. Because what if they blood packed him again?
that needs to be a condition. No blood packs. Sorry, that's a big no-no. I'm gonna drop the fucking bomb that it was the Brex that did that if they propose that. It's like you're just doing exactly what the Brex did.
All right, you done plotting? Do we need to take another lap?
I think
we have
we're okay.
an idea.
Okay, Radicus, I'm gonna send you back to council unless you have something else for Esme.
Rat would ask. I'm sure you're aware of what's happening out there. Before you left, you said no compromises, yet compromises are being discussed. Is that going to be a problem?
Should I allow for compromises now? Do you think it would dilute the standing of those that swore their allegiance and choice to this course of action?
So, out of character, if we go forward with this with compromises, are these people still all going to resign?
It seems she's not surprised that you're coming up with a compromise. She wasn't 100% clear as to how she would jump.
So even she's undecided.
Is that true, or is she just being vague with me?
She didn't outright deny it, but your impression is that she's compromising now would severely weaken her position moving forward. The effectiveness of this was that she had all the cards and she had the people and is forcing change. Should
but
she
her people are
capitulate, that will weaken her in future.
her people are in conversations with us to compromise,
At
despite
least
them
one
signing.
of them. Yeah.
One of the most important ones.
But she trusts that those who signed will side with her.
Ultimately, yes.
The real question is she blinded by her idealism or is she right?
Would you risk chaos over steps towards positive, constructive change by going forward with a compromise?
And what's your proposed plan? And before you begin, half-baked and idealized thoughts will not sway me.
Baked. The Pax Nocturne is half baked.
The Pax Nocturne would go into effect like you want. Though the princess would become High Lord over Deep Watch, Edmund becomes regent. The lower council still gets to be decision makers. We ask, though, that a third party is established, made of constituents picked from the higher and lower council to root out any corruption they see on either side. And they will have the authority of both councils to remove the offender of the seat.
And that's the extent of your compromise?
Yes.
I'll return in a few minutes. I'll give this some thought.
Okay. I would think quickly. You might not be using the eclipse, but I know others who would. And Rat is going to leave.
As you leave, she turns finally and seats herself. And as the door closes, you would see in her hand is it's about 8 inches, like a golden rod, You only catch a glimpse of it as she sits and places it in her lap, considering the things in front of her on her desk.
It wasn't. We have the scepter, right?
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
was thinking for a second too.
So it was something else. Okay. Golden rod.
Mm-hmm.
Did it look familiar at all?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, other than being golden, it seemed rather plain. Though you only caught a glimpse of it.
She thought you were going to kill her.
Did
So
she?
that was her fail-safe.
I have had 3 opportunities now to try to kill her, and I haven't. If that was the case, she's got to start trusting me now.
Fair point.
I will return to Avandra.
You return back to the council chambers, where Avandra and a number of other nobles have been kind of cycling through, giving opinions, some of them more helpful than others, or insights and modifications. Though you've created your own little cohort, political party, as it were.
And I would have also put forward, because me and Rat were, communicating, this Inquisition idea that she gave to Esme as a third party, or a third institution. Would that idea have gained any traction with this little cohort that I have around me? And I especially the High Lord Magistrate.
It would have been... It's something that's never been really named, but in essence, Ed filled that role, or the Bernhardts did, for generations. The watchdogs of the Empire. I don't know, maybe the fist that they sent in. So it's not unheard of, and there's some traction.
Oh, right, you're back. Would you... I think we should go speak to the High Lords and Ladies.
Yes, Esme will be returning. I told her what we've been considering. Just as a heads up.
Your Highness, would you care to accompany us to the Sapphire sitting room? And I'll turn to the princess, who I'm assuming is still in shock.
We grab her and run.
Yeah.
She would rise, and there would be some confusion amongst the nobility of the council as to what to do with her now. Because in reality, she's doesn't have a whole lot of authority. Well, she's fallen quite a bit. They don't bow, though some do. Yes, I'll accompany you. Seems like I might be getting a new... Well, I should be speaking with them. If my fate and that of my family is to be decided, I think having at least some voice would be beneficial.
Avandra would make sure to walk behind the princess. Or, like, if we need to, I can get Rat to push people aside.
Protect the president.
Get down, Mr. President. Okay. Just that meme of the kind of people walking through a convention or something, and the watchdog or whatever walking behind them. I can do this because I got
Scary dog privilege.
scary dog privilege. Yeah, because Rat clears the way.
Oof.
Hitting people with her stick.
scary Rat privilege. Okay. She leads you off stage left. So you don't have to scary dog privilege too much. But as you make your way deeper into the palace itself, so the voce, she says, "This is not at all how I pictured today going."
Tell me about it. The worst part hasn't even got here yet.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't bring this up here. Never mind. I was about to ask her if she saw Braun last night, because it's weird that.
Are you Braun?
Just Braun in a wig.
That'd be hilarious.
It'd be great.
You turn a corner after going up a set of stairs. She seems to be leading you a back way. And the corridor is empty, except for a pair of maids coming towards you. We're unclear as to what's going on, but we're a contingency plan and can spirit Her Highness away at need. From the shorter
There
of the
they are.
two, Rat, you get a wink.
Could you take her, even if we go converse with the High Lords? Or would you need to remove her from somewhere private?
We could leave immediately.
She wants to talk, though.
Yeah, why would we get rid of her now?
Because I'm scared the world's gonna blow up.
Well, would you rather her be next to us and Ed and the most powerful, the most powerful mage on the side of the Empire, other than Xander?
Yeah, we're
Or
big targets.
these
But I
whispers?
want her to be able to talk. She wants to talk. I want her to be able to talk.
Yeah.
So.
We don't believe that would be necessary quite yet. We need to discuss more with the High Council.
They nod. We'll be around, but unless it's our mutual friend or your, well, the taller gestures of the shorter. This one. Don't let her out of your sight.
Of course.
You got it.
And they continue on, blending into the background.
What do you make of all this, Your Highness?
That once more, my fate is being decided by others. Not that I don't appreciate the steps you've taken. It's just a bit overwhelming, I suppose.
What do you want? Where do you want to be?
Honestly, I don't know. I was, for a very long time, being prepared to be married off. And then you all arrived, and now I might be ruling everything, or nothing. It's an odd place to be in, being able to decide your own fate.
As I see it, you have two options. As we're walking through the corridor, you can either walk away now, or you can take power. It may not be all the power, but it will be a lot of it.
Or we fake your death and you start a new life. We could dye your hair, say you're my cousin, have you move into the manor.
That might be fun.
I think so too.
Did you know those maids? They seemed a bit informal.
Ah, yeah, we're gossip buddies.
As you say. You approach, after another turn or two, a ornate-looking door with heavy inlays of gold and this brilliant blue lacquer to it. With about 5 guards. Yeah, 5 guards. Each one wearing...
Wait, I'm so sorry. Is she wearing my bracelet?
She is wearing your bracelet.
Yeah! Okay.
I totally forgot about that.
Though it's very subtly hidden beneath a voluminous sleeve.
It's good enough for me.
Each guard is wearing the colors of a different High Lord seat and one of the home guard.
So there would be 6 guards.
Brecht, Bernhardt, Vandal, Safan. 6 guards, yes. Fuck me. I said it with such confidence, too. No.
You said 5, and I was like, oh.
6 guards. And as you approach, the one kind of standing point, wearing the colors and crest of a centurion, raises her hand. I'm sorry, the High Lords are in council.
Oh, right, we're not technically important.
And would
She
they
doesn't
not
have
heed
authority.
the word of another princess of the realm?
They haven't called for her, no.
Is this a home guard, or who is this?
Home guard. Home guard's in charge.
Do we have any way to talk to Ed?
Could you inform the High Lords that the princess is here to speak?
And that we have information in regards to the direction that the lower council is taking?
Until such a time as the actual High Council has been disbanded, they still have ruling authority. So, unfortunately, the lower council has no authority here.
You'd prevent the High Lords from receiving information that might influence the decision making.
I suppose it would depend on who's doing the influencing. Captaz.
How are the other guards reacting to this?
Calmly and professionally. They all seem older. Their uniforms have quite a few medals and accolades attached to them. They're senior. So not particularly impressed. And this is, if not tradition, then protocol is the best word for it.
The lower council is exploding down there, and we need to address the High Lords and Ladies. Is there really no way that you can let them know that we wish to speak to them? Not even a letter, a note?
She considers all of you, and then the princess. I'll allow you to send in the note.
We need to speak now, Avantra. Let me in. Get me in there. Yeah, we'll write something along the lines of the princess wishes to discuss the future of the empire, and we have information in regards to the direction that the lower council will be taking. May we enter?
How many guards are there? You said 6? 5,
Six.
6?
Yeah, I was like, man, do we just beat
No, 5. There isn't a Brechtian guard. So there's...
But the home guard, that's 6.
Safan, Vandal, Thorn, Bernhardt, Home Guard.
Pursues.
Yeah, 6. Y'all really fucked me up the last time we had this discussion.
How many High Lords are there really? There might be one more.
Might be one more.
Rat would eye the space behind them as if she's like calculating, just charging through. But then she kind of settles back on her heels and decides against it.
Okay. You scribble your note and hand it over. She turns and hands it to the guard on her left, which happens to be the Thorn guard, who walks down the hall and out of sight.
Not through the big door?
Mm-mm.
I guess there's a servant's entrance.
An indeterminable amount of time passes.
Agony.
There's a quiet snick, and then the door swings open. And the guard exits. They'll see the princess.
That feels like a just the princess.
He gives a nod.
That's fine.
It's not fine. We promised the Whispers we would not
Oh, fuck.
let her out of our sight.
You're right. But only High Lords and Ladies are allowed in that room right now. Could you insight check that? Is that a lie? He may have just said just the princess, but
Sure. I feel like he's not lying, but I'll try. Is he lying, DM?
Doesn't seem to be.
no check.
You can roll if you'd like.
I feel like it's just the princess. 10.
Doesn't seem to be.
How small can your echo get?
Cat?
Could a cat fit under?
I could have it.
Princesses.
Are they all facing us?
Yes.
I could have it manifest behind them. Rat walks away out of sight. I switch with it. And I keep her in my sight, but then I don't know. I probably would have to stay hidden from the High Lords themselves, I think. I have my bracelet on her, so I could watch her for a minute with that. Can you invis me? That probably wouldn't work here, I'd imagine.
In front of everybody?
No,
With the
like,
6 people that are
he's
staring at
separate.
it?
We're not doing anything. We're just going to cast some spells real quick.
Well, I mean, you could sneak in through whatever entrance the fuck that guy took. You think you could cat rat through a couple servant doors?
Yes.
Fuck! This sucks! How does the princess look? What is she, how does she react to that?
She has a practiced, neutral look on her face. Though she hasn't moved to enter the room.
We couldn't see. Did we see where the other guy vanished through that servant's entrance?
No, he took a couple of turns, or he turned left.
Ugh.
You hear the heavy tread of feet, and the guard steps out of the way. Ed swings the door wide. Come on. He's pale, and the temperature has grown. But he's keeping it together, more or less.
Was he gesturing just to the princess? Or
The
to-
group as a whole.
Okay, thank God. It's like, oh God, petrification. Evandra gives the guard the stink eye as she walks in.
Dad showed up and said we can come in.
They step aside without any further complaint or word, and seem more bemused by your stank eye than anything.
Thank the gods. Things are getting heated down there, but we may have come to something of a compromise. But you're not gonna like it.
I don't like what's happening in here either. Speak fast and please have a better plan than what Alicia's touting. I don't want that throne.
Oh.
Well, with some of a compromise that we have for right now, it would still mean that you are Lord Regent. What we've worked out so far is that we place the Lady, Her Highness Brecht, as a High Lady. The High Council is disbanded. However, you all keep your posts as High Lords and Ladies, and must pay your back taxes. And the lower council decides on the laws. But something else we may be able to get through is a joint inquisition between the two councils, formed of representatives of both, that can root out authority, corruption between the two nobilities, and has the backing of both, and can remove people from seats. But it would still require, they still want you as their Lord Regent. The only other option would be 300 of the most important people walking away from the Empire.
Fuck.
We just... If we can start working together now and come to a compromise, down the line we may be able to work something out, but I'm sorry, Edmund, it isn't looking great. It's not a forever thing, from the sound of it.
All right, come in. Tell them what you want. You have more friends here than you think, perhaps. Don't let Lady Presu snip at you. She's a stickler for the law.
Thank you. I promise you won't regret this, hopefully.
I'm already regretting being here. And he turns and walks into the room.
Right.
And then under his breath, you would hear, things would have been so much simpler if I got to go and punch Xander in the face. Fuck!
Oh boy.
As you enter, the room is just dripping in gold and sapphire and this rich blue. It's set up as a bit of a sitting room with a pair of couches. On the far wall is a long window looking out over the city, with a chair in front of it, and seated in it is Lady Alicia. The other high lords and ladies are spread around. Roderick standing in a corner, his mother seated on one of the couches. Ed takes up a post near the window looking out. Alicia beckons you all in. Good, good. I'm glad you're here. How is the lower council handling its potential freedom?
It's chaotic down there, to say the least. I think the name of the game now is compromise, sadly. We have come to something of an agreement between a member, the Lord Magistrate, and members of the lower council. However, it may sound bad to all of you, and I understand that. What we have so far in terms of this compromise is that Ed is made Lord Regent. However, you are not fully dissolved from your seats, just voting rights among the council. You would still hold your positions as High Lords and Ladies. Princess Annalisa would become a High Lady among you. And there would be a formation of a inquisition of sorts, a joint union between the High Lords and the lower council in order to root out corruption, and would have the full authority of both groups. We may be able to maneuver Edmund off of the Lord Regency, but it would be pushing it. They may not be able to, they may not sway on that opinion. I think the best thing to do now is to compromise, and then figure out the nitty-gritty details later, once the dust settles. But this compromise, the throne would remain empty. I don't know for how long.
A regency means that the seat is pseudo-filled, at the very least. An odd stance for the Lady Chancellor to take, but I suppose it removes us as a bit of a threat. It always seems that the three of you are involved in the most complex and unpleasant parts of our history, or recent history. Is this your doing, or something that His Grace the Lord High Magistrate came up with?
It was a bit of both. I was petitioning for Lady Annalisa, to become Empress, with Edmund being something of a regent under her, but they wouldn't take it.
High Lady Presu gives a somewhat of a nod. There's quite a bit of ill feelings towards the Brechtian house as things stand. Things weren't left in the most tenuous of circumstances.
Well, this would be a good opportunity to allow them to regroup, reestablish their name, and if Anna Lisa governs Deepwatch well, we may be able to down the line reinstate the Brechtian house.
Renee chimes in with, not to put too sharp of a point on it, but the loss of the royal house is not as significant as it could have been several generations ago. And while my nephew is skilled, it's a large leap from your current rulership to that of an entire empire. And I feel like you're being set up as some sort of failsafe or scapegoat.
And do you have an alternative to propose?
No, Countess, I don't. Though I feel there are no good options as things stand.
Perhaps we can do something along the lines of a co-regency. One member from the High Lords and one member from the Lower Council.
And who would you suggest from the Lower Council?
Me. The best option would be Esme. That way she can't force Ed to be the scapegoat.
Well, as things stand, she would lose her position as the Chancellor, should she not willingly abdicate it, or the Council not remove her. She gestures at the several papers on the table in front of them.
How about we go get Orphrix and we make him regent?
Out of character, can I read the Pax Nocturne and get like the specifics in it?
The napkin.
One of them is exceptionally ratty and old-looking.
Can I try to pick it up?
You start to reach for it, and Lord Presu starts to object when Renee cuts him off. They're here willingly and are a significant portion, or a good voice of the Lower Council. Let them read it. It's not all that complex. And go ahead, dear.
Rat nods.
Give us the lore.
Napkin lore. Napkin lore.
You pick up.
You didn't write it.
Shut your ass. You pick up a ratty piece of. It's not parchment. It's too. It's. You would call it a dishcloth if there wasn't anything written on it. And in this aggressive, slanting handwriting, only a handful of lines. Should my house fail, authority transfers to that of my dearest friend or his descendants of the name of Bernhard, until such time as stability is reinstated in the land. And it's got 5 signatures under it. You see a Brecht, a Bernhardt, a Vandal, a Zavon, and a Thorn.
Pursue. Interesting.
Can I look at it with True Sight?
Sure.
Ooh.
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana. 9.
You want to luck that, bud? Luck that.
Yes. Thanks, pal.
Okay, that's one of our 3 Norbu. All right, time to work my magic. So Flash of Genius will bring you up to a 14.
The dice hate me.
I'll give you
Yeah, you're not having a great night.
hero point.
To do like a cleansing ritual.
Okay, she rolled a 20.
Thanks.
With a dirty 20, I would say that there is... You're not sure what it is, but there's something in the back of your mind that screams that there is some sort of magic on this document. It's very subtle.
Does it in any way, I'm so paranoid, in any way does it feel like those contract books that I picked up before?
I mean, it doesn't have the same structure, and the signatures seem appropriate. I mean, the only thing that really stands out is its age. And I'm sure Avandra, for her part on the manipulating of the dice, is whispering in your ear that this looks like an appropriately aged document.
It's not just preservation magic on it. It's something else.
Rat would say, to the group, I don't know what this is. I'm not very versed in magics, but there is something with this scrap. I can't explain it. It's subtle, very, very subtle, but can anyone else pick up on this?
Alicia gestures to Ed and High Lady Bresu. Both have stated that there are some preservation magics on this. Well, she wasn't lying when Esme said it was a napkin. Beyond that, it seems genuine.
But it felt more than that. Like it wasn't just preservation, or did I
Uh,
hear wrong?
I mean, Mother taught you a little bit in this regard. There are some things that you would know that could maybe manipulate it, but it's not screaming illusion magic, so you're writing off a lot of that. And if it's in that vein, it's something well past your understanding.
Okay. I guess she'd let it go.
Can Avandra look at it? Or is that Arcana check already passed?
I mean, you did involve yourself quite a bit in manipulating the dice roll. So you can look at it, but additional checks will be harder.
All right, I got an idea. Could I also make an Arcana check? This time, I would like to use the what is it called?
The all
All or nothing coin.
That will give you a 1 or a 20, and then numbers beyond that are important.
The question is, will a 1 mean I distribute this document?
Avandra sneezes into the napkin.
Okay, guys. I want a unanimous vote yes before I do this of our group.
Yes.
What do you think? Okay, Luna, what do you think? Are you here? Are you with us?
Yeah, sorry, I've been parenting a lot. From what I've heard, I'm in agreement.
All right. I would like to use the all or nothing coin for an Arcana check.
Okay. Do you want evens or odds?
I would like odds.
All right. Throw a dice.
So that's a 20.
Okay. Plus what?
I will flash of plus. One moment. I believe it's 9 for Arcana. Yep, 9. So that's 29. I'll throw a knowledge of a past life for a d6, which is a 6. So that's a 35. I'll flash of genius that for a 40. And I'll throw a hero point just for fun. 41, Arundar.
Take another one.
Okay. 46, Arundar. As Avandra takes the document, she shifts and a coin falls onto the floor. Ding, 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 and falls face up.
As you take the document and you reach into the depths of the knowledge that you've built up over the years, the arcane knowledge, try and piece together what's going on with this residual magic.
It's nothing.
Yeah, get fucked. No. You tap into the magics involved here. And you immediately relax. And your whole your attention slides away from the document in your hand. And you look at Rat and you look at Luna, and the thoughts running through your head are all, I really trust these two. They are my best friends. They mean the world to me. I know I did a lot. I'm still confused, but I would trust these two with my life. And everything that I've made. And then you come back to yourself. It's very subtle. But due to your finesse roll, when you come back to it, you notice the shift in your attention.
Like the Emperor was being nudged to.
So the names on this document date back to the founding of the Empire. So the generation after the landing of humans on the continent. So this would have happened sometime after they'd established themselves.
Yeah, I think we should do it. I think we should get Ed as regent. That didn't feel like a manipulation, right? Or it felt like an echo of the emotions back then.
It was more of an escalation of feelings.
Okay. Yeah, I was interpreting it as like a crazy friend spell or something.
Yeah, I think it's more of the Emperor back then trusted these people with his life. And I think the best
it wasn't an imposing of emotion. It was a reinforcing of emotion, if that makes sense. Like you didn't feel that towards the other High Lords. It was just towards the people that you truly, in your soul, whether Evandra would admit it or not, would trust. Namely, Rat and Luna. And maybe Ed to a certain extent, and Alicia. But not nearly as much.
Evandra bends over and picks up her coin. I'm sorry, Edmund, but I think this is the best course of action.
Fine. I'll be the sword. If if I have to. The others have thoughts, but agree. You can see there's calculation on everyone's face.
This is not defeat, merely a setback. It will put us in a good position, the best position that we can get in this situation.
Well, it seems that we need to go and see what the rest of this compromise entails. Edmund, don't go back to your box. Go to the stage and be ready to take the throne.
No, don't take it on the throne. Are you crazy? The throne needs to remain empty.
Don't worry, I'll have a new chair sent down.
All right. Yeah, do not sit in the lion throne. That is just not a good idea.
We'll minimize the fallout of this, but we all must be careful, and we all must start paying our taxes. And she pointedly looks at everyone there. We'll sort things out as it comes.
Who did we hear that weren't paying their taxes? Was it Vandal and Pursues weren't doing it?
And the Thorns.
Oh, and the Thorn. I would. Oh, I guess he kind of has a lot of a lot of shit on his plate.
The others rise and exit the room. Leaving your small group, Ed and Alicia, alone. Well, it seems like we've cleared most of our objectives without having to draw steel. This is both a good and a bad thing. And not how I imagined it would play out. But I suppose it speaks to not leaning on experience and expecting outcomes. You all did a fine job.
Thank you, High Lady.
Yes, thank you all for the new chair.
Our priority now should be getting everyone out of the council chambers as soon as possible. I know that sounds weird, and it doesn't make any sense, but I think it's the best course of action.
Before the eclipse reaches its peak.
We don't know exactly what's coming, but something is definitely coming.
Fair enough. I already gave the order to stand down. But do you have any insight on what may come? I have to say I'm questioning my judgment and foresight.
All we know is that someone who hates us and wants us dead wants us in that room when the eclipse comes.
Well, then as you said, let's get out of that room as quickly as possible.
All right. This is going fine. Hey, Matt, what do you think?
I don't know if fine is the word I'd use. It's certainly going.
Fuck, Ed, I'm so sorry. This sucks.
She and Ed leave. And through the massive window, you can see the city below, and you can kind of instinctively feel that there's some magics here that you can manipulate how the window looks out. There's as you stand for a moment, kind of gathering yourselves and looking out. There's this pulse that goes through the city. It's not visible, but it's like it puts your teeth on edge. Luna and Avandra, being our magic-y types, tick off a first level spell slot.
I was right. It's gonna suck up all the magic like a tsunami.
Nothing changes, but something changed.
Oh man. How long do we have until eclipse?
15 minutes.
They're not going to decide and get out in time.
No. Should we enact it? Final fail safe. I think 5 minutes before eclipse, we throw up the shining wall. But then it might just turn off because of lack of magic. Fuck.
Or
But it
make a
draws from
kill
the
box
nose.
where no one can get out.
You can what?
Or trap people.
Okay, let's just go see what the fuck's going on because there's no way we're getting everyone out of that room in time. Unless we. What?
We make a reason for them to leave.
I got a reason.
We could set it on fire.
I got a big fire.
That's, yeah, on fire.
How do we do this and not become terrorists?
We don't. I think that if we really get down to the wire, I throw up the Shining Wall. And we just fucking brace for impact.
Okay. All my solutions involve magic. And if it zaps all the magic away.
I have a question, Arundar. From everything that we know about the Shining Wall, would I get the sense that it runs off of the node under the city, or does it run off of ambient magic?
I would say it's more of like a hydraulic lever. So there's potential energy, magic in this case, that's been built up, and once used, like it's a one-time use type of deal. If that makes sense. So it's there's a reservoir under pressure, and once it's used, it's used.
Okay, I have another idea. How long would it
Is it a
take
good one?
Avandra to make some kind of ritual to tap into the eclipse? And not more time than we have.
Depends on what you're trying to do.
I want to
If we could
use the
vibrationally like
Shining
line.
Wall as a base. Okay, so the Shining Wall is a giant magical circle across the city that throws up these walls of force.
Yes.
Could I somehow cast it in such a way that it soaks up all the magic that comes out of the eclipse simultaneously? So while the eclipse is happening, the Shining Wall also feeds off of the eclipse magic and grows even more powerful. Like, Avandra casts it right when the eclipse happens. Like, full totality. His silence scares me. Do you all understand what I'm trying to get at?
You want to strength or have the wall's power come from the eclipse.
Yes. I wanted to give it a power boost. Hopefully that stops whatever fucking Ishtar's planning.
I would give you decent odds, but it would be a slapdash ritual that you're putting together.
I won't be able to participate in the whatever the fuck's going on in the council, I'm sure.
Yes. You have to find a quiet room and work.
Would a tree be helpful?
It wouldn't not be helpful.
Rat, can you deal with the council while me and Luna go do things?
Okay. Now the best time to separate. No, it's fine. I trust you. Just TikTok.
Avandra will grab Rat's arm and bring her in for a hug. It's probably the last time we'll see each other before the eclipse. Good luck.
Don't die.
Don't die. Luna, I need you to talk to a tree for me.
Because it went
Sounds
great
like
the last time.
That is exactly how Luna would be okay with going.
Okay. Rat and Princess go to the council chambers with the rest of the High Lords and Ladies, while Avandra and Luna head towards the old tree. We'll start with Radicus. And I hope you have a speech prepared.
I do not, dear God.
Why?
Why me?
Because you agreed to
There's
this.
there's the magistrate, there's Ed, there's all the High Lords.
We're finally getting her to talk.
I'm just no.
Get Shrek, nerd. Impress me. As, yeah.
Was the final agreement to try to get Esme in a not chancellor position, a regent position with Ed? Or did we think that wasn't going to swing?
I don't think that's going to swing.
Okay, I'm just pushing what we were already pushing for.
Okay. Including the Inquisition. I like the Inquisition idea. Maybe think of a better name, but...
I still like Pax Solaris.
What is that from? Is that from something?
No, but it's just of the sun.
It has a nice,
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. Piece of the sun. I like it.
You want a couple of minutes to think before you
I
present before the council?
maybe it feels weird that I have the authority to present this plan to these people. Even in the lower council, I'm not the highest rank of the lower council.
True, true. But you're a mover and shaker. One of the biggest problem makers. A facilitator of good deeds and deals. I think it's fair. You've got to sell this. Radicus Prime.
Give me a minute.
Okay. I'll give you a minute. Luna and Avandra. You part ways with Rat and the Princess, Ed and High Lady Alicia. As they head one way, you head another. And you move swiftly to where you remember the old tree is planted. As you enter, it still dominates the space. Ancient, implacable sleep. So tell me about this ritual you're trying to build.
All right. The tree is directly connected to the node, from what we've gathered. And if anything can serve as a decent conduit that won't immediately get shredded by the sheer amount of magic, it is the blood. I'm blanking. Oh fuck! I'm blanking on the name of the tree. Blood. No, not blood. What is it fucking called? Heart bloom. There we go.
There
Jesus.
you go. You're so smart.
So the heart bloom tree, being such an immense being, can act as a catalyst and a channel for this magic that Avandra wants to put through. So if we can convince the tree in order to allow us to use it as a conduit in order to prevent what happened at the last eclipse, then I will draw a magical circle around it, and upon the totality, I will cast a shining wall using the Heartbloom tree as a resonator of sorts, like a tuning fork. Like a wand, basically, but just on a much, much bigger scale. A spell focus. That's the word I was looking for. And that's why I needed Luna to talk to the tree.
Okay, Luna, convince the tree to help. Avandra.
Wait, now I need to have a speech prepared?
Well, you gotta convince a tree. Avandra,
I would just pet it.
a good ritual has 5 parts. Each one speaks to one of the senses. Should you miss one or not be able to fulfill one, you'll have to support or fill that gap with raw strength.
I'm not quite understanding it. You want me to do something for each of the 5 senses in order
To feed into this ritual that you're going to build. And you're doing it on the fly. So whatever you have in your pockets or whatever Luna has in her pockets, you have to account for each of the 5 senses. And should Luna be able to convince the tree to help, it could fill either one of the slots or make it significantly easier overall. So there are aspects to the ritual, and each one has to have, well, 5 of them have to speak to one of the 5 senses. If that makes sense.
Okay. So right off the bat, Avandra will start lighting incense. Specifically, I have 40 gold pieces worth of magical incense.
I'm going to let you think on this for a little bit. I'm going to make Luna convince the tree to help.
Okay.
So you have a chance to think on it. Well, Radicus is considering her presentation to the council at large.
What exactly am I trying to get the tree to do? So I can word this appropriately.
We want
Help
it to
with the
act
magic, right?
as a conduit for our ritual. The ritual in question would be casting a large-scale defensive barrier around it and the city in order to protect Bijou and prevent what happened 4,000 years ago happening again.
What the fuck was her name again? Heart something.
Heartbloom.
Heartbloom. Okay. Sorry, I have to craft this now.
All right, Luna, sell me on it.
I'm starting to put it together just before I do. Do you have anything that would be half decent offerings to a plant, Parker? Being that you deal with things like other magic-y things.
I'm not a nature guy.
No, I understand, but you are a magic-y
Yeah, I'm looking.
person.
I have a water elemental. Would he be interested in a nice the quenchiest water elemental?
Water elemental might actually help, not gonna lie. Tree might be like, I could use a drink.
I'm sorry, I much.
It's okay. I'm trying to figure out what to say because yeah. As Luna approaches the great tree. Is she again forgot the thing of name?
Heart Bloom. I'm sending it in the group
Bloom,
chat.
goddamn. I have heart down. I don't know why I can't remember Bloom. I'm sorry. Okay. So she approaches the heart bloom tree. As she does, she would be pushing magical energy in any degree, like putting her energy towards the tree and the mutual fungus that helps the tree. And she would be reaching out to that as well. And as she approached, she would say to it, Great Heart Bloom Tree, would you speak with me?
Hello again, little one. I needed
Navigate.
rest, sleep. But you're back.
You deserve all the rest that can be given. You have stood strong for so very long now. But because of that, your roots have grown strong. Your trunk has grown strong, and you have grown close to the earth and the magic around you. We have a favor to ask, and with that favor, we would like to promise to find you the peace that you look for. If you can help us by being a conduit for magic as this eclipse comes. We need to protect you as well as the city around the palace to prevent innocent lives from being lost.
My roots are deep. My trunk tall. I tire. I need sleep. There is a hunger in the air.
How can I help you get the sleep you need? Would you help us if I could?
What help need you?
Could you help us focus the magic to protect the city?
Maybe ask it if it wants us to spread its saplings.
Well, that's why I asked what it needs for rest. Because if it's like spread my saplings and like let me go down, then cool. If it's just like I need it to be winter, like I might be able to make something happen. If it's like I need actual energy, like I need more sunlight or something, like that also can happen. Again, like if it's like I just need energy, I could be like fungus in the ground, give nutrient, please. That was a very interesting.
I think you're gonna need to be a little bit more metaphorical in what you give it.
What do you mean?
Like, he showed you that image of the horrors of the past. Be like he sees that as a threat, and play into that.
Fair.
Like it
Forgot a little about that.
with the eclipse you were born, and with the eclipse you rest, sort of thing.
What Avandra said. No, that's a fair point.
I have seen and I have lived. This change, this winter coming, will devour, will end, will kill saplings, will kill leaves and fruits. Working now may end me.
We are trying to prevent more of those horrors. Not working now, unfortunately, could also cause a lot of end. I remember speaking to trees that had already been dead. They were in the process of diverting all their nutrients to save everything around them. I'm sure a great tree as yourself recognizes why they did that.
That is winter. Winter is coming. You're welcome, Mads.
Thanks.
Shut the fuck up, a lot of you. Can I like? It sounds like the tree is possibly concerned for like energy, especially. Can I do anything to like amplify how strong it feels right now
I'd
instead
say
of feeling like
yes.
the doom feel like as especially as Knight of the Summer Court can I imbue it with the warmth of summer right now? I say as I'm actually sitting
Sure.
outside shivering.
What are you going to use to focus your summer knighthood?
Do you mean magic item wise or
It doesn't have to be magic item wise, but you know, you've got to channel the summer court through you somehow.
I feel like at this point in time Luna would focus on her seed that she took from the great tree there, as well as her staff of the woodlands.
Okay. You
And I believe
begin.
Naria, which is I think a portion of summer magics. So I think I got that at the same my
With
fire ring.
Titania reaching her zenith uh, in the next few hours, you would feel particularly emboldened. Um, you could force a connection with the summer court and use that to kind of power things, I suppose.
Um
But you would need something worth sacrificing tied to the summer court to pull it off.
You have a seed that
let me
you've never
see.
used.
Damn it, I'm gonna have to go get more. Okay.
We're all gonna die
I
if we don't use the seed.
I just resolved to using it. Shut up. I said I'm gonna have to just go get more.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all good.
Freak out more. No, the world's ending.
No, I don't need to freak out. It's fine. It's fine.
The sky
We're
is
all on
falling.
fire, but it's okay. Um, as I wonder. I don't know. I'll use the. I will use the seed as that connection and offering.
Okay.
Um, hoping to help the tree focus and feel the strength of the summer.
Okay. You begin focusing through the seed and channeling your awareness from it to the tree. And it's not wilting, but it's definitely feeling the effects of its age, and you can feel the start of the call of autumn on it. Um, it breathes out. This is warm. But the change is coming.
I cannot stop winter. but I can help you feel some more of the energy and warmth of summer before without you helping us. I fear that there won't be much to worry about come winter, as there won't be much left.
Will
I like
you
to live
tend to
like
my
this.
bloom?
I will do anything that you need. You deserve to be cared for, especially if you make a great sacrifice of energy like this for us.
I am tired. I will help. Please plant my bloom.
I will spread your blooms as far as I can go. As far as I can get them to be, I will take them.
A tendril extends from the tree, and at its very tip is this twisted knot of where they buried, you'd call them roots, but these hard, teardrop shaped living organisms. I will try. And there's a rumble in the ground, and 5 twists of roots poke out. Thanks. Giving little, each one has its own little divot in it, about the size of both your hands cupped. As Luna steps away, this seed in her hands. Avandra, being as connected as you are, or arcanely inclined, you would feel the ambient magic in the air go from a 1 to a 100.
Luna would also be continuously putting as much energy towards the tree as she can.
Okay.
Even if it means in all downtime she's just meditating at the tree.
All right. The Heart Bloom has tapped into the power of its crystal and is willing to help. We're going to
I have
punt
my 5.
to Radicus
Never mind then.
as
High five.
you enter into the chambers. Down below, you can see Ed, the High Lord Magistrate, the Princess, have taken the stage. The rest of the congregation have taken their seats. The other High Lords have returned to their balconies, though they haven't resumed their projections.
Okay. Rat will proceed to the center stage. She'll kind of look out across the crowd and straighten herself. Or steel herself, maybe is a better word. This is not the position she often finds herself in or wants to be in. But taking a breath, she would proceed to say, if we are to move forward with an empire that is strong, protected, progressive, one that doesn't allow rot to continue to take root and fester, then these conditions must stand alongside the Pax Nocturne. First, yes, the Pax Nocturne will go into effect. It's apparent that change must be made. 318 of you have bet your life standings on that fact. You keep the Empire running. You shouldn't be ignored. Second, Princess Annalisa shall be named High Lady of Deepwatch. Her family helped forge this empire. Her voice in our history should not be erased nor dismissed. The Brecht name still holds wisdom our empire cannot afford to cast aside. Her family helped shape its foundations, and her insight remains invaluable to its future. And finally, we propose a Pax Solaris, a joint party of 2 representatives, one from the High Council and one from the Low, charged with rooting out corruption and injustice in both bodies, empowered to remove those who betray their duty. These are safeguards, checks and balances, a way to move forward without blood and without destroying the order of the land we all live in, that your children must live in after you. With these rulings in place, we can move forward with an empire unbroken. We can march forth in victory with the power of our people. Then she falls silent.
Love the reference. Great job.
I
There's
like to think Rat learns a little bit from everything she interacts with.
yeah,
or
she
everyone.
did. It was good. I liked it. There's applause. Most coming from the East and the West factions. You would hear the quiet clicking of heels as Esme returns to the stage. Thank you, Countess. The points that you've made are well reasoned. And while I've strongly advocated the immediate and hard change, I think you're correct. This will be a very good adjustment period. Though I would leverage one final task given to me by the Emperor in his will. In support of this compromise. His Majesty, Candace Brecht, left me, or the Chancellor, with the ability to call an inquisition. I've yet to do that. But in pursuit of this peace, I will do it now. She holds a scroll up. I name the Pax Solari, my Inquisition, to root out corruption within our proposed empire. And as head of my Inquisition, I name Duchesses Rat, Avandra, and Luna. And should this caveat be accepted, I will accept the compromise proposed by this council, and accepted, and she'll look to the High Lords and Ladies, by the High Council. They step forward, projecting themselves again, and nod. Then I lend my voice to the call of Duchess Rat for peace and this continued compromise.
Out of character. There's no way I can tell the other two what's going on, right? They're just busy.
They are busy.
We got promoted. Yay.
I just don't understand her motivations. Okay. We gotta get out of this room. Rat will turn to Esme. We stand together then. I accept this role and seek to bring about a better empire.
She nods and then hands you a scroll. The scroll that she's been wielding. Good. You're hereby charged.
I was waiting for it.
There's another rumble. Not felt, but experienced. And you would feel this one. And you would see her and Ed and a couple of others nearby react to it.
Can I like harsh whisper to Esme on stage?
Yes.
The Eclipse, Chancellor, I told you someone was trying to use it. People need to get out of this room.
You would see that she was getting ready to say something to you. She looks a bit hurt. But then turns her attention back to the rest of the assembly. We've reached an accord. Return to your people now. and let them know the good news. Guards, open the door. Now. Avandra, as you're readying your spell, you feel the second wave. Tell me your ritual.
So, you said I needed 5 senses. I have my 5, and what each one represents for Avandra.
Okay.
Firstly, Avandra would sit down and enter into a sort of meditation. Something in between prayer and spellcraft. She will light incense around her, letting it waft and fill the area, letting herself fall deeper into this meditation. The incense represent her faith, her foundation, everything that she believes. Then she will pull out an adamantine flute. Though she may not know how to play it well, what it represents, the people who came before, the people who died at this last eclipse, or disappeared, or ceased to be. Then, with the flute in her lap, she will take a draw from a bottle of wine. Wine representing the blood of her people, of where at least part of her came from. Second to last, she will remove the iron nail from her ear, holding it so tightly as to pierce her skin, representing the trust that she has in her friends. Lastly, her left hand. Daylight will radiate out from it, using the mark of Genesis, in order to represent the hope that she has in the future. She will place the scroll before her and attempt to play the flute. Is that something along the lines of what you're looking for?
It was. A tendril of root as you sit cross-legged, meditating some of the old meditation rituals that you were taught during your time at the Forge, running through you is not so much prayer as what you could use during like a forging to keep rhythm. It's almost like a marching song. You bring the flute forward, you focus your magic as that tendril of root touches you. You begin to play. And give me an Arcana check, and I will give you advantage as the tree supports your efforts. 21.
One moment. Well, this is the moment where I should burn it all. So I'll use 1 luck to see if I can get any higher.
Okay. Yeah.
Nope. Okay. Time to burn shit. So 21. I'll flash a genius to that. I'll use knowledge of a past life. So that's immediately 21, 26. 31. Yeah, I'll use 2 hero points. So that's a 37 so far. Can I only use one luck point or to get any higher? Is that all I got?
You can use as many as you want. You have one left. He
Well,
gave you 3, right?
Well, I have one left from. I was using my luck point.
Oh, yeah. Then you have 2 left from the general pool.
Yeah, I'll use one of those to see if I can get any higher.
Okay.
Fuck, yeah, so 21, 26, 31. Yeah, 31. Unless Luna could give me some hero points, that's all I got. It's in at
I don't
37
even
right
know
now.
if I have. Hold on, let me see if I have any.
They were reset not too long ago.
Yeah, I'm almost
Were
out.
they?
You're burning through a last
Hey, now's the time to use them.
Little bit.
When was it reset? Because I am only showing that I have one left.
How many do you have?
You
You
should
have 11.
have 11. I don't think you might have used 1 or 2. They were reset.
My hero points say 6 total, it looks like.
They were reset when you came back from the underground, right? That's when you leveled up? Yeah.
Mhm. I don't think she's used any.
I don't think so either.
Good.
So you have 11 you can play with.
Yeah, take a hero point. Or 2 if you need.
So just to make sure I'm doing my math correctly. 26, 31, 37. I'll take 2 of her hero points.
6 more.
Would be what, 43? Am I doing that math correct? 21,
42? I thought you said 37. Right?
Okay, sorry. 1 second. Let me. 21 plus 10 would be 31. Plus 6 would be 37. Plus 6 would be 43. Would you let me use Kaga the machine to get an extra D4?
What's the wording on it? And why would I not want you to have it?
It's just. Well, I think you. I was going to say to do it before, but I didn't say it because I think
I'll let you use it.
Thank you. You're awesome. I love you. So 43, 47, or 46. I can't do math. Final answer, 46.
Okay. Then, Luna, as you're focusing on channeling the tree's power, Rat, you've been promoted and given a mandate. The nobility is starting to filter out. Avandra, you connect yourself to the this inlaid spell. And with the 46, I would say that you get to there's a moment where you have total control over all of it. Especially as things are no one's actually trying to use it. Given the role, I would say that there are. Actually, let me pull up the map. you feel that there are 5 tears happening. One here, one here, one here, and one here. Massive tears in reality. And with the 46, you can thwart 3 of them.
Tears in reality?
Like reality, not just the
Like
wall.
reality.
Okay.
Ew.
We should leave the 2 that are closest to the temple and the Mage Academy because they both have people that are equipped in order to thwart anything like this. Is my logic. So shut down the one next to the square, one north of Fleet Avenue, and then the one south of Templar's Path. Because the Mages Academy and the Temple are the people best equipped to handle this.
So you can allocate walls in those locations.
So I can pick and choose where the walls are too.
Yes. You worked really hard in your spell and Luna's help, as well as the tree. What walls are you raising, and which 3 are you killing off?
God, don't word it like that. Protect Fleet Avenue and the Browns. 100%.
Okay. This is fun.
No.
Too much control. Okay.
I agree about the Mages Academy.
And the temple? Because they both have people there that I think can handle this. I think we should. I'm thinking something along we don't want to split up.
The Academy has kids, though. I guess there's kids in the entire city, but
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until he redraws the.
And I'm not going to redraw the lines. You can see them on the map.
Yeah, I'm at the locations of the tears.
excellent.
Yeah, those are the tears. And you can selectively allocate walls. And put the kibosh on 3 of the 5 tears.
So I'm thinking, actually, I've slightly changed my mind. So if we draw the walls something like this around a palace, and then down here, or maybe here. So this one and this one goes. We do something like this.
Yes.
So that means that only this section of the city will be, and then we can do that to even more section off the city. But isn't the army still on the outskirts of the city? So maybe that isn't the best idea.
Yeah, the 3 on the left is who I would agree to protect because that is the most normal people, quote unquote. Where, but
We
there's
could
guards
do something
all
along
throughout
the
the
lines of this, and then that way the Eastern Army will have a choke point.
come in. Okay.
Maybe something along like this. Save as like this outer area of this area is gonna get fucked though. But
Yeah.
there are forces outside the city that we need in the city. And I think this isolates and gets all the powerful people inside the walls where we need them and allows for external forces to march in. So that basically, since we can temple are going to attack, mage is going to attack, and then everyone in the palace is going to attack. So we have like a 4-way kill box. Does that make sense?
Yes,
It's going to be bloody though.
yeah. I agree with this.
All right. Final answer.
Age.
Let me
But we need to be able to get out. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we could do something like this. Is that something I could do, Arundar? Like around the back, have an opening on the back, so that all the civilians can flee out.
You have to connect points. So you can't half-ass things. You have to.
So it has to.
So
be
the way that you have things, yes, you can do that. But you have to pick a spot and then draw a line continuously without doubling back. I think that sounds fair.
So if I do something like this, so this and this. That's one continuous line from the northeast of the Divine Quarter around, and then out the east, the Emperor's Walk.
Yeah. Those are the only walls you want to call up?
That's the only ones we need.
Then which of the 3 gates are you trying to close? Or tears are you trying to close?
Unless we want to do something like this as well.
I like the safety bubble. I think.
Okay, yeah, safety bubble, good.
And we just shut down the 3 on the left: the Fleet Avenue, Justice Road, Amber. Does it say Amber? Amber Way.
This one. Bad. No, bad.
No
Smack.
touch.
No touch.
Protect.
Okay, let's stab shit.
Let me just look at this one more time. Hang on.
I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. If you think of something, let me know.
I bet rich people have panic rooms. They'll be fine. Probably. Okay, I'm saying I'm happy with this. For whenever Parker gets back.
We need to change your colors so I can see who's doing what.
I'm the only one who drew. Can I change the color?
Mm-hmm.
How do I change the color? Because I can erase all my shit and change it to a different color.
If you hit the cogwheel up in the top right. See,
Ah. There you go. So now I'll do no, fucking stop. There we go.
It's bright.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so you and your drawing pad. Why is it drawing in straight lines now?
probably because you were holding it. There's yeah.
There we go. I got it. Oh, not that. Fucking crap. Now I have it all fucked up. Okay, this. Nope, not. Yeah, that. This. Then we eliminate these three.
Okay.
So the one thing that I see is the question of, do we want to do this instead? Let me erase this. We can do this instead. It will leave for more channels for the... It will allow for more people to flee this way. Or I guess there's only 4 entrances into the city, right? Or is there more?
4.
There's 4. So they would have to leave through the Emperor's Walk. So we want the Emperor's Walk as free as we can get it, because if there's a wall going down the middle... But that's just going to lead to a fucking... What do you think, Mads? Should we... For the east-southeast section, should we enclose it or leave it open?
I think I like it better with.
Because I was thinking, if people can get over here, this can be like a safety zone, because this is going to have the natural barrier of the mages. And if we have the armies coming in through here, it's a good point to get people out of the battlefield. That's the only reason why I would think to leave it open.
Maybe reality is ripping, and the more I just feel like it'll be better to hold on to people if they have some type of protection, even if we can't filter them out through that way. Like, know at least that this area is safe.
Okay. That's fine with me. How tall are the exterior walls of the city?
Sizable. The farthest wall probably 50 feet.
Damn. And the okay, I will ask. Would this, if we did this, close off the Emperor's Walk, like the actual gate over here? So like right here.
So the roads that you're marking will be impassable where you're marking them.
So no one can leave from here?
We can't.
Correct.
Ugh.
So that whole stretch of road would be inaccessible.
Final answer. I could have drawn that more straight or better, but let me.
Can we cut the palace in half without us being trapped inside it?
You would have to go. Around it.
So I don't want to cut off any of the towers. I guess we could do, and like, I guess we could do something like this instead. Right? Are the towers, would they be in the palace or on the outside of the palace?
They are technically within Palace Hill.
Mm.
So they, if we went around like the left, they would still be within the palace.
Mm-hmm.
So we could do that, and all the towers would still have. I think we should just have the entire gilded cage open, because it allows for more space for refugees to filter into this section behind on the western side of the gilded cage. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm okay with this.
I was not expecting that. Fuck. I'm happy I came up with that idea. Thank you, Tree. We love you, Tree. We love trees, guys. A buncher will never hurt a tree.
It's not true.
I don't
That is
believe
not-
that.
that is absolutely not true. I will make sure that those saplings get to very nice soil. That's for sure. That is true. How many saplings did she get? Just one?
Just one.
I think if we planted it in the desert, we could tear from the desert. That'd be fun.
I wonder if I could survive that.
Well, like we.
If you plant it in like a shitty place, can the tree curse you? Get bad tree luck for 90 years?
My dad wants you to have this. Okay, final answer. This is what we're going with.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm happy.
There's,
Bubble.
as Avandra, you enact your ritual. You've tapped into the building power of the solar eclipse. Rat, from where you're at, you can see the nobility exiting slowly. There's another pulse. And given that the space is vulnerable, you would see probably about a quarter, maybe a fifth of the nobility exiting, crash down. Ed grabs his hands, or grabs his head, and cries out. Esme does as well. And she looks up at you and says, I agreed to help.
What?
Why?
This isn't us. It's what I talked about. That deal that you did not make. I think it's her. Is this somewhere we could take people? Somewhere safe?
Oh fuck! Did we fuck up? didn't think they would be incapacitated by it.
We're going to go ahead and end there for tonight. As
No!
We have no way of knowing that.
The bubble snaps up in its truncated space. I would say, Avandra, you would feel almost this visceral ripping, almost like the tearing of claws along your flesh as the two gates open up in the city. And we'll pick up back there next week.
Don't do this to me. Oh no.
I thought it was a good spot there, Duchess. Congratulations, though, on your promotion, Inquisitor, Duchess Rat.
So, what does that mean? Is it like just Rat, or is it the three of us?
The three of you. Your Emberguard countesses are now duchesses, and you are inquisitors.
Hey, things are looking up for us.
If we get out of here. Oh god.
So, there would have been no way that we could have sliced it that we would be able to fight the whatever's coming out of these temporal rips
and
and
yeah, we
prevent them
wouldn't be
from
on the right side.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So hopefully they're not completely debilitated, and it's just like a, like just a hit, and they can get back up. Right. That's the hope. Because if that isn't the case, then it would have literally just been like, okay, these sections of cities, you're sacrificed.
Oh god. Now what I'm thinking that if it's affecting magic people, leaving the Mages Academy.
Yeah,
not
we could have just
protected.
did the exact opposite of what we needed to do.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Fuck. Oh, I hate it.
I think this turned out great.
For
Oh,
who?
do you?
Yeah, I got what I
Oh,
wanted.
You're evil.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, hindsight's 2020.
I thought you guys did a great job. Not gonna lie, this turned out a lot better for humanity than I was expecting.
What
So
does that mean?
I was gonna blow up the city, but you did great. I destroyed the whole city the last time this happened.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
The
Like-
entire city.
total destruction.
Fuck.
I live here. No. If you would have made me do public speaking and then blown up my city, I would have been so upset.
You protected 2/3 of it, mostly. But look at Rat, she made such great progress. Look at her. She's a political force now.
Using the words of my enemy.
I was impressed. Good job.
Thanks.
Have an inspiration for that. All right, bitches, gripes, complaints for me.
We seemingly did the opposite of what we needed to do because of lack of information.
You did exactly what was best, and I'm impressed. Because I'm not lying. I destroyed the entire city when this happened last time. Everyone died.
Oh my god.
You have a chance of saving people.
Everyone died.
Everyone died.
Like,
The entire city was an ongoing problem that they weren't able to solve until they were level 19.
Oh my god.
Like, the entire High Council died?
Everybody died.
Where were they? I gotta know. Where
Girl.
Did they die too?
They would have died, but they made a very unusual choice, and they didn't. So
Wonder if they made a deal.
one did.
That was a good speech that you pulled out of your ass, by the way, man.
It was good. Both of you made very good speeches today. I mean, mine was better last time.
Oh,
Hair
no.
toss.
Okay.
No, thank you both for your speeches. Avandra, you can have an inspiration as well. You did great. I appreciate you both pulling that shit out of your ass. I hope you had as much fun as I did. But look at you, Inquisitors, Duchesses, all of you.
Everything that I'm happy with our position right now.
You just gotta survive to reap the benefits.
That's what we're good at.
At least when you fight Marcia, you'll be on fair footing, politically speaking.
Oh yeah, so she won't be our leech lady anymore. So it's just gonna be Hugo and then Ed, right?
Well, yeah. I've been giving it some thought, and I think that he's going to. This is character knowledge or player knowledge. I think he's going to, given how things have played out, abdicate his high lordship in exchange for, or he's going to give his authority there to Braun, and he'll move to the Regency. So he'll take over the palace.
Interesting. Is that going to be like hypothetically, whenever the Regency is done, because that's how it looks. It's a temporary thing, right?
In theory. So it's kind of like picture like Denethor in Gondor. So he's waiting for something to happen to make him give up his seat. Ed doesn't want his seat, but now he's forced to hold it. And he's going to do it with gusto.
Man, I was just getting chummy with Ed, and then I ruined it.
Yeah, now you gave him so much extra work to do. Fuck. But think about it, you could potentially end up being
I don't want that.
Regent, Queen
No,
Regent.
Ew, gross. I don't want it.
But yeah,
Nah.
so yeah, big picture, he's going to give his High Lord seat to Braun, and he's going to take over the Regency.
I wonder what happens after. Like hypothetically, if we get a new new emperor or whatever, what will Ed just be like? Okay, I'm retired, which I think would be fair. Or like, I guess he could retire to be Master of the War Tower or something.
Well, he could also just straight up retire, and his family line would be secure since Braun has the seat. So there's a lot of options there.
What is the rules on adopted children in succession in the Empire? Because, like, obviously, Oak and Braun can't have a kid.
It depends on the family. Bernhardts are pretty private about that, so you wouldn't be sure about the rules involved.
So there's no, like, over the entire Empire rule on succession like that. Depends on the family. Okay. Because, yeah, that would be my next thought. It's like, well, there's not going to be another... Ronald's not going to have a kid running around. That's, his blood.
Braun's gonna adopt me. I'm a full-grown adult, but I'm gonna get adopted, and I'm gonna be in charge.
Okay. I like this plan.
I had to make one speech in front of the council and almost had a mental breakdown. I'm going to put her in charge of the Empire. That actually might be hilarious. You are now the Empress. Good luck.
Lord Rat.
Well, this works out for us. We were just given so much authority.
I feel bad if Nesmate thinks we're betraying her now.
Do you remember how the wording on the will was for her inquisition?
Say that again? I'm sorry.
She was given authority over an inquisition, and you accepting the position put that whole nodule into place. So you're an inquisition based on the authority given to her by the will.
The Inquisition shall be led by an appointed Inquisitor General chosen by the Chancellor with oversight by 2 High Lords or Ladies to ensure restraint and lawful conduct. The Chancellor Ruler Council shall serve as custodian of the throne. Well, that changed because of the Pax Nocturne. Should the investigation persist beyond 2 full years, the custodian may appoint High Lord Council for a renewal of the mandate. So we have to search for ourselves.
So ultimately, you're an inquisition that answers to the Chancellor. Is what just happened.
Right. Things just got real weird.
I thought it was a very good political move.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
I'm happy. It's just unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want, little bit?
Attention.
Mm.
We just got given so much authority.
And congratulations on your promotion. I'm so excited. No one's ever even Duchess Rat and Duchess of Vondra. It's so nice. Look at you go.
You're sweetening us up for the slaughter, motherfucker.
What's happening? I'm confused and scared.
I'm excited to see what happens.
I really hope all the mages aren't just like fucked.
Dead.
Well, you have Doc and the old hats there, which was a very good choice, if I'm being honest. You got this knot of super powerful mages.
Yeah, but the thing is, because they use their magic. That's the question. They're nothing if they can't use magic.
I think it's less if they can than if they choose to use their magic.
That makes me feel more full.
They're spicy old people, so.
I wonder, and that includes Xander's going to be fighting with us, and that's interesting.
Yeah, technically he's on your side right now. All right, I'll see you back next week.
Okay.
While I burn down part of the city. I'm not lying. I'm going to destroy part of the city.
Is it demons? Is it demons?
It's not demons.
Oh, it isn't.
No, it's not demons.
I need to know.
Ghosts.
That's close.
Vampires.
Vampires.
They don't drink blood. But ghosts is close. Ghosts is close. And I'll give you a good old-fashioned nickel. Shiny nickel, if you can tell me who put them there.
Does it have something to do with the child?
You know, actually, this is where I used the child last time.
Because it does feel like that where we saw his eye poking through the rift. It kind of feels like that.
Yeah.
Would have been good use.
Oh, so it's not that. Some other calamity. Yeah, but you just have apocalypses.
You guys put so many calamities in their place. Or at least deferred them, is a better way to put it.
We're really good at kicking the can down the road.
Yeah. That can is rattling. But yeah, I'm impressed. Good job. You got a promotion. You got part of the city safe, Jason. Now you just got to keep everyone from dying. Good job. All right, I'm out of here. Love you, mean it. Bye.